It's been over a month since I touched my short film. I was busy applying for jobs, sending reels, and hoping for replies that never came. But something reminded me why I started this journey. And today I'm back with a new animation and a new mindset. Let me be honest, I took a break not because I wanted to, but because I had to. For the last month, I have been trying hard to find a job in animation. Sent applications, reels, portfolios all over. No response, no callback. It's scary, especially when you have been in this industry for years and when you have given everything you had your nights, weekends, your heart to animation. But somehow the industry feels cold right now. Maybe it's AI, maybe it's the market, I don't know. But if you're someone who's been in animation for 7 years, 10 years, 15 years, and you're still struggling to find work, I just want to say you're not alone. After weeks of hearing nothing, I opened my Hanuman short film project again. The first thing I felt guilt, and second, fear. I thought, will I even remember how to animate properly again? But then I started blocking this new shot, Hanuman Dada walking inside the cave, carefully balancing on the rocks. He's on a journey to find Sanjeevani, facing these raw, natural obstacles. And in a way, this scene reflected my own state. Every rock felt like one challenge. Every step he took felt like mine too. Once I had the blocking, I did the second pass to refine the motion. Then finally, I went into full animation. It was hard. My hands were out of practice. My eye wasn't sharp. But slowly, frame by frame, it started to feel alive again. The whole shot is set inside a stylized cave. I wanted to keep this look something that blends mythology with an anime art feel. Hanuman Dada balances over uneven rocks, cautious but powerful. There's no dialogue here, but I want his body language to speak. And not just walking, he's calculating, steady, focused. And just like that, the animation brings him to life. So what's next? Honestly, I'll keep applying for jobs, but alongside that, I'll keep creating this short film. Even if no studio says yes right now, I want this short to exist. I want to finish it, not just for me, but for those who are watching and supporting from the very beginning. To those who waited a month for this update, thank you. And to those silently struggling right now, keep going. Your art matters, even if the world doesn't see it right away. So yes, things are tough right now, not just for me, but for a lot of artists out there. But you know what? That's also where something powerful begins. I have realized that most stories don't fail because of lack of talent, they fade away because people give up too soon. Success isn't about a viral moment, it's not even about money or views, maybe a little about money. But actually, it's about showing up again, even after silence, rejections, and doubt. And I don't know if I'll ever be successful in the way people usually define it. But if I do succeed someday, if this short film becomes something meaningful,
Hello, and welcome. Welcome to the Introduction to 3D Scanning for Architects course. In some of my previous courses, I've touched upon 3D scanning and how I use it in my day-to-day work, but I've never really done a course directly for it. And well, that changes today. This course is aimed at total newbies, so no worries. I'll cover the whole pipeline from talking about gear that is needed down to working with your scan and a 3D modeling software. Or even 3D printing if we have the time for it. For our software of choice, we'll use Reality Capture, which is free, so no worries there. And if you look at the video timeline below, you'll notice that it's divided up into these chapters. This should make it easier for you to find information that's needed. In total, we'll do 3 photogrammetry scans, one of a simple object, a rock that I like, one of a landscape that could be used as a site survey, and one of a small house. And as a bonus, towards the end of the video, we'll also look into budget LiDAR scanning options. And as always, if you want to follow the course using exactly the same material as me, or if you want to just get the final scenes, some of the final scenes, since they are quite big, all files that are used in the course will be available for Patreon supporters. Link in the video description below. And with that being said, let's jump right into it. For chapter 1, we talk about the different types of scanning that you do as an architect, and also what's the hardware, more importantly, what's the hardware that is required to do those scans. So we're dealing with 2 types, photogrammetry and LiDAR scanning, and I'll focus on one of them much more in this course compared to the other, and let me explain why. Photogrammetry, you take a bunch of pictures of the subject, and you insert them into dedicated software, which builds a 3D model from the pictures. It's magic. I'll explain how the magic works in the future chapters. The thing that you get from it, as a bonus, you get the texture for free. Because you already took so many pictures, it bakes in the texture into the model for free for you. The drawback is that you need light. You know, if you take pictures in the middle of the night, they're gonna turn out black, and there's not gonna be any information for the software to work with, right? So suddenly scanning basement floors and so on becomes a problem. LiDAR is, imagine a LiDAR scanner, imagine a scanner that shoots out a laser, and it calculates how long does it take for the laser beam to come back, to reflect back to the sensor on the scanner itself, right? So it measures the time, and it shoots out the laser hundreds or thousands of times per second, back and forth, and it places points, because according to how long it takes, it knows, you know, the light speed of light, so it knows how far away the point is from the camera and in which direction it shoots. So since it creates a laser, right, it has its own light source basically, so it can scan in complete darkness. It works. The problem is that LiDAR scanners are really expensive if you're going for enterprise versions, like 10,000 euros, 20,000 euros, 100,000 euros in some cases. But there are cheaper alternatives. So the cheapest one that you can get is if you have iPhone 12, 13, 14, or 15 Pro or Pro Max model. It has a built-in, crappy, but good enough LiDAR scanner inside of it. And clearly iPhone then has a dedicated software for 3D scanning things that I'm sure if you have one of these models, you already know about, right? So that's that. iPhones have that. Also, there are different startups, different companies who are starting to do cheap LiDAR scanners, handheld LiDAR scanners that usually have a very strong limit to how big of a 3D model or 3D space can they scan. And I'll talk about those, I'll showcase those at the end of the video, towards the end of the video.
Kiss me, close your eyes and miss me. Cadbury Silk, how far will you go for love?
But we do focus on photogrammetry mostly in this course. So, what kind of hardware do you need for photogrammetry? Can you take the pictures with your phone, and just have them be assembled into a 3D model? The answer is yes. Of course you can. Pixels are pixels, images are images. But the thing is that iPhone 8, right, which is pretty old one at this point, runs a 12 megapixel camera. Megapixels is resolution. How many pixels does, when you take a picture, how many pixels there are in the picture. 12 megapixel means 12 million pixels, right? Are taken every time you press the take picture button, right? And basically the sensor size, let me show you, iPhone sensor size, images, the iPhone sensor size, there we go. This is an excellent diagram, is this, right? That's the iPhone. The smaller the sensor size of the camera, the less light it can capture. And since it captures less light, it's going to need more light from the outside, right, to actually take a picture. Or the image is going to be noisy because it can ramp up the signal strength. The thing that iPhones do pretty well is they ramp up the noise, and then they use AI denoising to get it out. And because of that, you get a lot of artifacts in the dark areas, right? I hope you're still following me. So iPhone 8, 12 megapixel wide camera, very small sensor. If I look at iPhone 14, the newest, is 15 the newest one? Doesn't matter. 14 is pretty new, right? If I look at Apple iPhone 14, it uses 12 resolution, 12 megapixel resolution sensor still. Or if we're using Pro Max version, oh sorry, that was 13. If you're using 14 Pro Max version, it says, and it's hard to see, I guess, 48 megapixels resolution. And I was like, holy crap, in one generation, they jumped from 12 megapixels to 48 megapixels. That's amazing, that's crazy. And the sensor size didn't increase. Basically, the sensor size is basically the same. So I'm like, okay, that's magic. That can't be it. Okay, the sensor size actually increased, but just a tiny bit. Still, it's magic. It can't be. What the hell is going on? And then I noticed that it says this quad pixel pitch at 12 megapixels. And then if you look deeper into it, is 48, this is ChatGPT, 48 megapixel quad pixel, same as 12 megapixels? Yes and no, right? And basically, if you, most of the cameras or phone cameras combine 4 pixels to make 1. And they basically say that, okay, since I'm combining 4 pixels to make 1, that means it's actually 48 instead of 12, because 12 times 4 is 48, right? But if we do full resolution, it's 48, right? And then I ask, does iPhone 14 use pixel binning? Does it combine pixels? Yep. So we're still at the 12 megapixel range. Okay, sorry, a long blah, 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 but the marketing of phones, no matter how well it's done and how many megapixels they promise, the sensor size, the physical limitation of the sensor size is still there. You're still getting a crappier version. And the only reason why it looks nice is because of all of the AI upscaling and because of all of the different shenanigans that the software does. And that's what you don't want in photogrammetry. If in photogrammetry, what you want is every image to have consistent settings, to be all pixels to be consistent. But when you do software upscaling and so on, they are not consistent and they get thrown away by the software. So suddenly you're decreasing the quality dramatically of the model that you're going to get. So to answer, can you scan with a phone? Yes, you can, absolutely. Will it be a good scan? Most likely not. It's going to be good enough, it won't be good. So then what do? Well, if you want a 12 megapixel sensor, you actually can buy one of these. DSLR camera, old, Canon EOS 450D. I'll show you how to search for them. And this is where we're starting to get into the hardware, right? So this, I'm staying on this slide. This is a 12 megapixel sensor, same as the iPhone, but its sensor is APS-C sensor. this one right here, right? So see how the size of them, how different the size of them is, right? It's basically 4 sensors here, which means wider area, more light intake, less noise, higher quality, more pixels to use, or more usable pixels, if that makes sense, less noise. And also, since this is a dedicated DSLR, it doesn't do any post-processing if you don't let it. So
That's it, everyone.
Good job, Ankur. Could you send in a summary in 10 minutes?
Is that even possible?
Got it.
With Acrobat, it's all sorted.
Numbers make my head spin. How can I make this easy? Bruh, for students, Google Gemini Pro is free. All of this can become simple and pretty.
College students can now upgrade Google Gemini for free and get access to Gemini across Google Apps, free storage up to 2 TB and more.
This is it, right? This is the, I can Canon EOS 450D. That's the camera, right? And my website of choice is mpb.com or .eu. That depends on where you're buying from, right? But MPB, they sell used hardware. It's great if you're not a photographer, if you don't need the newest, nicest thing. And this is a great discount for you. Not sponsored, by the way. For all of my hardware that I suggest, by the way, I will leave links in the video description below so that you can easily access them. TLDR, this camera you can get in good condition for 50 euros, or I guess $55, something like that, right? And you will get a much, much better quality than from your iPhone. So that's the first thing. Now, in terms of the hardware that I use this setup. For now, we're only talking about cameras. We're not talking about lenses. We'll get to lenses in just a second. So I use this camera, the EOS 450D, for places where I know that the camera will be sitting in mud and dirt, and I basically where I don't need to take care of it too much, because it's cheap, and if I break it, if it messes up, I don't. It doesn't hurt so much. Also, this one is built like a tank, so I'm happy with it. That's my budget camera suggestion, I guess. Then for my portable camera, this bad boy right here, let me show it to you. This is Sony A5100. This one right here. It's 300 euros for cheapest one of these, but the sensor on this one is 24 megapixels compared to 12, right? So basically it has double the pixels that it takes, and you can see that it's portable. When I'm traveling, I take this camera with me because it's easy to just drop it in my backpack, and I can just simply take pictures. So any scanning that I do in Japan, for example, I use this camera for it. Pretty good results, right? So that's that. And then the big boy, when I need professional quality scans, I use Fujifilm X-T4. This one, okay, let me remove. There we go. This one, I honestly don't really suggest this one. I think there's better ones, but this one takes really good videos as well. So for me as a YouTuber, this is really nice. But if you want to buy a camera at this price range, I would suggest looking into full frame cameras, because full frame cameras have even better. Oh, sorry, full frame means from APS-C sensor, you make one more jump, and you have full frame here. And full frame cameras have actually the best low light performance, least amount of noise, and so on. They're a little bit more expensive. Not a little bit, they're quite a bit more expensive. I'll show you how to search for cameras on empobe.com. So here, instead of searching for a specific model, I can click on these three dots, lines there, and I can choose either DSLR cameras, which are, it basically, do I explain DSLR to you? It doesn't matter. DSLR are cheaper. So here, mirrorless cameras instead of searching for a specific model, I can click on these DSLR three dots, lenses are cheaper, there, and I can choose either DSLR cameras, which are, it basically, mirrorless lenses are newer and more expensive. Sure, something like that. So if I go to, for now, let's go to mirrorless cameras actually. And let me show you. So under mirrorless cameras, if I choose, sorry, where the, oh, there it is, sensor format. I choose full frame, apply. Megapixels, I choose anything over 24 megapixels, apply. Price, low to high. And here I can see that the cheapest camera, full frame camera, is Sony Alpha A7. I strongly suggest not running Alpha A7, but rather running A7R. R means, it's not resolution, but let's say it's resolution. So it basically punches even more pixels. Let's also filter according to cosmetic condition. We want well used, good, or excellent. Spares and repairs we don't care about, like new we don't care about. There we go. This is a little bit closer. So A7R2 disappeared. Actually, it's here. It's 750 euros. A7R right here is 369 euros, or $400, I guess. And if I just look at it, it has 36.2 megapixels. So basically 3 times more than this one, 1.5 times more than this one. It's quite a camera, right? And you can, oh, okay, back screen is a little bit messed up. Actually, probably it's not a big deal. It's just a protective cover that is peeling. But yeah, you can always investigate how it looks like. So that's the mirrorless camera. If I look at the DSLR cameras, and let me quickly filter it for you. Oops, wrong one. Full frame, apply, megapixels, 24 or more. And cosmetic condition, apply. And price, low to high. There we go. It starts with Nikons, and since I don't have any, and you can see that you drop down by 100 euros. The starting price drops down by 100 euros, but since it starts with Nikons, and I don't work with Nikons, I can't really suggest which one of these is better, but I know for a fact that EOS 6D Mark II is an excellent camera also. Full frame, professional grade camera. Let's take a look at its condition. Condition seems to be good. Yeah, seems to be great. So that one is 500 euros. So basically you can get a camera within the range from 60 euros up to a range of 1,000 euros, and it's up to you. My suggestion, as you're starting, get one for 60 euros and outgrow it. Once you outgrow it, get one for 200 euros. Once you outgrow that, get one for 300 euros and sell the old ones. By the way, you can sell them on mpb.com as well. You can, if you create your account. I need to get sponsored by them. If you create your account, you basically are able to send in the gear and they give you money, or you can trade it in by paying extra to newer gear. Anyway, so that's cameras. Let's talk about lenses, right? So lens is as important, if not more important than the camera to get proper results. And what you're after is a wide angle prime lens. Let me explain what it is. Here, this is a zoom lens that I'm using currently. Wait, there we go. So this is a zoom lens, right? And this is its full on zoom out version, and it's 18 millimeters. 18 millimeter focal length on an APS-C sensor. And if I zoom in, this is not gonna be pretty. Wait, I'll move here. This is 55. This is 55 millimeters, right? Zoomed in. So what you want for architecture or for photogrammetry of architecture, actually that's a little bit too much, like that. Even more, sorry, please hold. We're good. So what you want for photogrammetry of architecture is for your lens not to do that, for your lens to be locked in, because then if your lens cannot zoom, that means the manufacturer can make the elements much, much nicer, much higher quality for the same price. That's the first thing. Second thing is you want your your lens to be wide angle, to catch as much as possible, especially for interiors. You need a pretty damn wide lens. So if I go in here, and the lenses that I use are, actually this one is zoom, this one is fixed, or prime. But the way of how you work with them is, first of all, you choose the camera. Let's say we have chosen the cheapest one, right? Which is Canon, because you need to fit the lens onto the camera, right? Canon EOS 450D, this one. And if I look at, does it say here? No, it doesn't. But I can just easily check. Canon EOS 450D lens mount, lens mount EF or EFS lenses. Great. I go back and then I can search for it, right? So I go for lenses, photo and video lenses. And then here where it says lens mount, I choose Canon EF or EFS, one of these two, right? Because I know that those fit. Apply. Then product type, here I want a prime lens, and I actually want a wide angle prime lens. So sorry, not that one, the wide angle prime, so that it catches as much as possible. Apply. And then I sort from low to high, like so. And I get my options. Oh, don't forget cosmetic condition, never choose spares and repairs, those don't work. So from well used up to excellent, never like new. And here we get EFS 24mm f2.8 as the cheapest option. Guess what this one is? EFS 24mm f2.8, right? Literally my setup. So pairing this together, it's 100 euros. In total, this setup is 170 euros, right? And that's, in my opinion, one of the cheapest ones that you can get for getting into photogrammetry, and that's sufficient to do excellent scans. If you want to bump it up, then you would use either a Sony camera, or you would use a lens on the, remember the full frame camera for 300 euros that I showed? Everything is in the video description below. I'll do sets. So camera plus lens, camera plus lens, camera plus lens. It was Sony A7R lens mount. It uses E lens mount. Okay, I go back in here and I change from Canon EF to Sony E right here. Apply. Everything else stays the same. And then I can see that, okay, this one is even cheaper. And what the hell? Why is it cheaper? Well, the reason why it's why it's cheaper is because this is 7 Artisans. It might not be autofocus. So my suggestion for you is to get a Sony one, right? Or to make sure that the lens that you're buying is autofocusing, right? Because this one might be manual focus. Actually, this might say here. No, it doesn't. Okay, so you would need to Google for it and see if there's this wheel right here. I think this is not autofocusing. But anyway, there's a 30mm Sony E lens right here. There's also 20mm Sony E lens right here, but it's already at 272. I would say this should probably would be worth it. So in total, you would be at around 600 euros. You know, the next jump. Again, I will. Oh yeah, there's this one here as well, 194. I will add my suggestions to the description below. I keep repeating that, but I'm repeating that because I feel like this is getting a little bit convoluted. So once you have chosen your pair of lens and camera, then you can move on to the next step, which is going to be what are the settings that you're going to be shooting with. Okay, let's talk about settings that you use for taking photogrammetry images, or photogrammetry image set. So there are 4 settings in total. Right now you see three of them, a diagram of 3 of them. There's aperture, shutter speed, ISO value, and white balance, 4 of them. But before I talk about them, the rule or the name of the game is manual everything, nothing automatic except focus. Focus automatic, of course, but all other settings manual. Don't let the camera decide, don't let the phone decide. Anything that you feel like the phone or camera or your camera adjusts automatically, disable that. You want everything manual, and also you want it consistent. You don't want to change the settings throughout the photo shoot of your photogrammetry model. Never. With one slight exception of you can bump up the ISO value, but I'll get to that in a second. So first of all, aperture. Aperture is how wide is the lens open. I can show you here. Currently, my aperture is f3.5, f4, f5.6, f8, f11, f16, f22. 11, 8, 5.6, 3.5. The wider, let's make this smaller. The wider, so 3.5 was somewhere in between here, and we went to f22, which was, 3.5 was somewhere between here, and f22 was right here. The wider it opens, the more light can get in. The more light can get in, the blurrier the background becomes. In photogrammetry, you want light, but also you don't want blur. You want everything to be sharp and in focus. A balancing act. What's the setting that you should choose? My suggestion, f5.6, f8, somewhere within that range. This is the best kind of a balance. If it's really dark, f4, but never lower than f4. f2.8, like anything lower than f4 is just too blurry, right? It's harder to focus, not enough information, because blurry pixels get discarded, right? You want sharp pixels. If you have direct sunlight, great. Well, not great for photogrammetry, but I'll talk about that later, but great in terms of light, f11. But personally always use a range between f8 and f5.6. So here, let me actually show you how that would look like. Oops. f5.6 or f8. Let's go for f8, sure, why not? Sorry. There we go. f8. Okay, now it's dark. Then we can take a look at shutter speed. Shutter speed is, well, for video it's a little bit awkward, but when you imagine you take a picture, and when you take a picture, for how long does the sensor get exposed to the light, right? So for how long does the sensor actually take in the light before, it gets shut down again? If the shutter speed is very high, 1/1000th of a second, that means that there's going to be almost no motion blur, because if an object is moving, it's just going to be blip. You just take a picture of the object moving, and there's no change in the object throughout the time when you took the picture. But if the shutter speed is very low, poke, poke. And if an object is moving through it, poke, poke. There's just going to be a streak, in the camera, as shown here. Right now, my shutter speed is 1/50th of a second. But also you give it, sorry, forgot. Also, when you open for longer, more light can get in that time, right? So you give it more light as well. Right now it's 1/50th of a second. This is going to be 1/8. See? That's the motion blur that I'm talking about. And it's weird, this is like the psychedelic. If I do 1/15th of a second, it's a little bit better, but you can still see the motion blur, right? Back to 150. Much better. Let me mess around with this. So f3.5, I open the iris, and then I drop the shutter speed to 1/200th of a second. Pop, 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 pop. There's no motion blurring, right? So what you want, the rule set is quite simple for motion blurring, for photogrammetry and shutter speed. Whatever your lens length is, let's go back here. Let's say Sony FE 28 millimeters, right? If your lens length is 28 millimeters, your shutter speed should be locked down, in my opinion, to double that, 56 millimeters. So 1/50th of a second, or 1/60th of a second, right? You average it out. So it's not a hard rule, but it's the best kind of balance. Where am I? No, come back. There we go. It's the best kind of balance, 1/50th for a 24 millimeter lens, between motion blurring, so when you take a picture, your arm shakes a little bit, and oh no, since your arm shook, suddenly the whole image is motion blurred and it cannot be used, and how much light it gets in, right? Okay, finally, ISO values. ISO values is basically sensitivity of the sensor. If there's not enough light, you can increase the signal. And if you increase the signal, unfortunately, it also increases the noise, right? So the mistakes. So right now my camera is at ISO 200, but if I completely close the iris to f22, right now we're here, and I will increase the ISO to the maximum that this camera can do. I don't know how much it is. Let's see. So right now we're at 200, 400, 800, 1600, 3200, 6400, and we're back to 12,800, which is actually, I expected there to be more noise. Clearly, you can see that it's quite noisy, but it's not that bad. Let's make this faster. Yeah, now you can definitely see the noise, right? So in dark environments, you can still get an image out that is, really sharp and so on, but the problem is going to be noise, and noise usually messes up your images. One second, let's go back.
सीधा रखो, कान तक खींचो। अभी धनुष की तरह खींचो। आँख से मिलाकर। छोड़ो।
दो ठो पिस्तौल यहाँ तान दो, एकदम हैंड छाप। आपकी कसम ऐसा कोई काम नहीं करेंगे जो आपको जिल्लत सहना पड़े।
तुम तो साला गाय हो गए हो बे। दूध वूध देना शुरू किया कि नहीं?
हमारे जैक फ्रूट पे वेलकम लिखा है, जो पीछे पीछे घूमते रहते हो।
क्या लिखा है पता नहीं है हमको।
चाहिए क्या तुमको?
आप चाहिए?
हमको संभाल नहीं पाओगे तुम।
आपके बारे में जब हम अकेले में सोचते हैं ना, तो हमारा हार्मोन जो है, हारमोनियम बजाता है अंतरत्यंत।
धमकाने आया था, चमका दिया उसको।
हम सोच रहे थे खुद का गैंग बनाएंगे। बबलू, निशांची, रंगीली, रिंकू और डब्लू।
So, how do you deal with that? Well, you take the, let's go here, and then here. Okay, good enough. How do you deal with that? The rule is simple. If you have plenty of light, then you do the lowest possible ISO value that you have, right? Because the light is not a problem anymore, right? So you drop down the ISO to 50 or to 100, to whatever. And then if it's still too bright, then you start closing down the aperture even further. At that point, you're in the middle of a nuclear explosion, so get out. But I don't know how bright it gets where you live. Not so bright in Sweden. Anyway, but if it's cloudy or if it's getting dark, you increase the ISO value up to, I would say, 1600, 3200, up to that range. And if you need to increase by more than 3200, I would say it's not worth it. At that point, take a loss, go and buy a portable light, bring it in, and actually, shine with an LED light. Just give the space a little bit more light for you to take the pictures, right? So ISO value is actually the only one that is kind of flexible, but I strongly suggest, if you can, use the lowest possible value. All right. So those are the three ones. There's one more, and it's called color temperature. Color temperature needs to be consistent between, if you're taking multiple cameras to the photogrammetry shoot, it needs to be consistent not just between all of the pictures in the same camera, but between all of the pictures in all of the cameras. All of my cameras are always set to the white balance of 5600, which is average daylight. This means that if it's cloudy, my images are a little bit towards the blue, and I need to correct them in Photoshop, which is fine. I correct all of them together and with exactly the same value. I'll get to that. So but if I'm just taking pictures with daylight, it's kind of fine. 5600 seems to be just fine, right? Okay, so color temperature needs to be locked down, no auto color temperature, right? One last thing, drones. You can have a drone. Of course, drones are an important part to photogrammetry, especially when you're dealing with roofs and so on. Alternative to a drone is a ladder. You climb up a ladder, you take the pictures of the freaking roof. Simple as that, right? But in terms of the drones, you can't fly them everywhere. You need a license for most of them. They're not expensive anymore. The quality that of pictures that they take is similar to, actually closer to an iPhone than it is to a camera, but it's still better than nothing, right? And drones also need to have all of their settings locked down, especially the white balance, so that it can color match with other camera images taken by other cameras. I'm not talking about medium format cameras because those are really expensive, and the lenses of them are even more so. So we don't care about medium format cameras at all. Okay, I'll talk about drones a little bit later, but for now that's it. So those are the settings. Let's move on to actually how do you shoot, how do you take pictures. And this is where the next chapter is going to, when we are actually going to start practicing. Okay, next chapter. For task 1, or for scan number 1, I have chosen a small object, which is a rock that I like. This rock lives in city of Malmo, and it has some nice moss around it, so I decided to scan it for this course. The way of how you move around smaller objects, such as this rock, is different of how you move around a building or an interior of a building when you're doing a photogrammetry scan. And basically, for me to explain to you how you move around a rock, I do need to show you all of the images, and unfortunately, since the images were taken in RAW format, I should note that you do not take images in JPEG format. You take images in RAW format because it gives you much more depth, color depth and light depth, much more information to work with. Always choose RAW. The phones have RAW as well, just so that we're clear. And then basically once we have, in total I have taken 79 images of this rock. Hopefully that's going to be enough, and I will show you them in Photoshop. In this case I'm going to use Photoshop to edit these images, because you do need to edit them. Let me just drag and drop them into Photoshop. If you do not have Photoshop, you maybe have Lightroom. You could use Lightroom for this. If you don't have Lightroom and Photoshop, if you want a free alternative, then I strongly suggest Raw Therapy 5.1 in this case, or 5.11, sorry, in this case. Raw Therapy, if you just Google it, rawtherapy.com, you just download it. It's for all of the Linux, Windows, and Macs, for all operating systems, and it's a heavily professional skewed software that is as powerful, if not more powerful, than Lightroom, right? And it's free, it's open source. Anyway, I am no expert in this program, and I don't need to do heavy duty stuff, so I will be using just Photoshop Camera Raw plugin. When you drag and drop raw images into Photoshop, this automatically opens up. And then now actually let me show you, let's maximize this, let me show you all of the images. So as I am taking pictures, I am going around in circles around the rock, and once one altitude is finished, I go down and I continue going in circle around the rock. Once that altitude is finished, I go up to a very high altitude and I go around in circles, one more circle, around the rock. And then, for good measure, I go closer to the moss and I take some additional pictures of the moss. For example, this one right here, I should remove this because it's blurry, right? Motion blur. Shutter speed was too low, and we ended up having some motion blur here. So I'm just going to, I think it's just delete. I'm just going to delete it, right? So the task is to basically go around here and make sure that there's no, yeah, for instance here as well, that's motion blur, delete that too. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, 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 why was I in such a rush? This one too, oh, this one too, Jesus Christ. Okay. So the low altitude ones are all really, really blurry, unfortunately. Well, it is what it is. All others seem to be okay, so I think it's going to be sufficient. Now, let me find a suitable one. So basically you do concentric circles, right? And you're just trying to create this almost dome shape around the object. I like to do every 15 degrees, right? So 6 for 90-degree angle, 6 photos. For 180-degree angle, 12. So 24 photos for one ring around. Okay. Now, if I choose this image right here, you can see that there are areas. Oh my God, this is also blurred. I'm gonna cry. I'm so bad at taking photos. Well, that's fine. Maybe some will work. There are still some areas that are overblown, over bright, and we want to bring them back down so that it's not, you know, so that we have that information. Also, there are areas that are overly dark. So what we do is we first of all select all of the objects, Control A, all of the images, sorry, select them, and then we need to kill the highlights. So I go to the highlights tab and just roll it down, right? You can see, let me first ramp it up. Look at this area here. That's highlights full, that's original, and that's highlights killed, right? It flattens down the image. You want the image to be flattened. Photogrammetry images do not look pretty. They are super flat. Shadows, we lift them. See? Shadows are now lifted, and this image is much, much more flat compared to how it used to be. If you have even more contrast, you can kill the whites and ramp up the blacks as well, but not by -100 plus 100. That's too much. I would say -20 plus 20 is usually fine. Then make sure that the temperature is all set to be the same, 6900 in this case. I was taking a picture in the shadow, so I ramped up the temperature a little bit. And tint, in this case, it's towards magenta, so it's +12 for all of them. And that's kind of it. You could also, if you have like a specific lens that Photoshop recognizes, make sure that use profile corrections are set, and then here make sure that the lens is correctly set. Right? In this case it is. I don't need to bother with that. Once this is done, we need to export all of these. So I click on the save button. Oh, you can't see it. 1 second. It's right here. This one. Bam. Opens up a new box for me, a new window for me, where I select the folder. So let me just go to RAW, and I'll just create a new folder here called JPEG, or not JPEG, TIFF, double F, TIFF, TIFF. Select, and then here, format needs to be TIFF, compression none, and make sure that there's no resizing going on, so that's unticked. And hit save. It's going to go through all of the images, and once it's done, you will have your uncompressed 8-bit files created that are all going to be quite flat. I'm going to go around this one more time, making sure that there's no extremely blurry images, such as this maybe. Yep. And I'm just going to be deleting some of them. I'm very disappointed in myself. Should have my hand a little bit more, I don't know, stable. Okay, those are fine. That's blurry, but that might work actually. So I'm keeping that one. Okay, should be fine. So once that is done, we are left with 70 images in total. So 9 were really bad and I had to remove them. I don't need to show this anymore. And now our image set is ready to be parsed in the software, in photogrammetry software. The software of choice that we use is Reality Capture. It's free. That's why. Well, it's free as long as you don't earn more than $1 million per year. If you do, then you need to buy it. But basically, you just download Epic Games Launcher, go to Unreal Engine, Reality Capture, launch. Or download and then launch. Easy as that. Once it's loaded in, let me guide you through the user interface. It's quite straightforward. Most likely you will see this. This is your intro screen. The most important bit is here in the top that you don't see. 1 second. Wait, did I mess it up even more? I did, didn't I? Yep. Okay, we're back. So, this is different arrangements of windows that you can have. Typically, you switch between 3 window arrangement or 2 window arrangement. For this, in this case, I will use 2 window arrangement. So, third icon right here. I'll take all of my TIFF images and I'll just simply drag them in. That's all you need to do. Drag them in. Now, on the left hand side where it says one-dimensional objects, I can see a list of images, right, that I have uploaded, and also it recognizes what was the focal length of the camera, of the lens, during the time when the images were taken, which is great. It means it recognizes the lens. So if I click on any of the images, it immediately switches me to the 3 window view because it needs to, show it to me, show them to me, and they are here, right? So that's fine. Basically, I have my image set and I'm able to see any image in the image set, and as I select any image, I also get a little bit of information about the image. We don't care about that. What we care about is getting the point cloud out of them. So let me show you the quick way. Quick way is you go to alignment, you align the images. That's it. Ooh, my camera is lagging. Okay. Literally 1 minute, not even that. And we have ourselves a rock point cloud. It's not very dense, which is not great, but it is complete. And it says here, don't look at the point cloud, look here. It created component 0 that has 70 out of 70 cameras used to create the point cloud. That's great. That means every single camera that we had was used for this. Let me explain what you're seeing here. Let's switch to screen view. So first of all, the little dots there around, those are the positions of the cameras. If I go to Scene 3D view, I can increase the camera scale for you to see better. So basically it understands where I was when I took the pictures, right? And hopefully now it makes sense with the concentric circles, right? 1, 2, 3, and 4. And that's how you scan. Right, so those are the cameras. Then from the cameras it triangulates, some of the point cloud here, and if I sorry, I'm messing it up. Camera scale, if I scale it down, I don't need to show it here, I believe it's, no, we don't change it. It's just going to be tie points, isn't it? Yeah. So those are called tie points, and it's like, it's not the point cloud, but it's all of the features that it managed to match up, all of the pixels that it managed to match up. So it's like the start of the point cloud. So we got that, we got all of our cameras aligned. there is an issue, and the issue is called are we sure that we are horizontal? Right? Because who knows? And second issue is, well, and who knows if this slope is the actual landscape, or if the whole scene is just slightly tilted. That's one thing, and I'll address that in our second scan, actually. But more importantly, the boundary of how far do we calculate. Because you can see that it also finds features. I think it's hard for you to see, but hopefully you can see. It also finds features a little bit further out. But this bounding box that you see here is where it's actually going to make a calculation, right? And the bigger the bounding box, the more effort is going to take calculating, these areas instead of the rocks. So I need to push in the bounding box. I think it's called reconstruction region. By clicking on these dots, I need to push them in as close as possible. Something like that. But I do still want to see the moss, so I'm not pushing it too far. Or, sorry, too close.
That client review was brutal.
We're gonna be underwater for weeks.
I'm already so pruny.
This is fixable. Just use Grammarly. Grammarly can...
Something like that. Okay, so that's my region in which I calculate. The top does not reach the top of the rock. The bottom, I'll just add a little bit more to the bottom. That's it. Now let's make this into a mesh. We go to mesh model and we choose normal detail while we have component 0 selected. It's as easy as that. Give it a second. It's going to now create a model. While it's doing this, I can explain that rock and moss and dirt are quite easy to scan, especially if you don't have direct sunlight on them, because they are not glossy. Well, some rocks are, but this one was not. They are not glossy, they're not transparent, they don't change color from different angles and so on. The glossier the material, the more transparent the material, the harder it is to actually scan, or the less amount of features will be extracted. Because when you have a reflective surface, the camera, it depends on where the camera is looking at it from, is how the surface is going to look like. So there's never going to be two angles that show up in the same color, right, for the camera on the surface. Reflections are pretty bad, so the software will not be able to tie it together. Another thing is transparency, of course. Transparent objects don't work, and chameleon objects also don't work. Chroma shifting objects. So the way of how we deal with those is usually you have either chalk or dust, something chalk usually, in form of dust that you put on windows, you put on surfaces, and then you scan them, right? Because you want to make it as matte as possible, right? In this case, we don't need to do that, and we have ourselves a pretty decent rock with, well, I mean, it's not great, but it's not bad as well. We have our moss here. So the rock surface seems to be a-okay. A little bit of resolution loss there, but besides that seems to be fine. And now if I look at my component 0, it has all of the cameras that are registered, but also it has this model 1 that is 11.3 million polygons. It's a little bit of a heavy boy right there. We don't need it to be heavy. I'll show you how to optimize it just a tiny bit later. Okay, let's give it some textures. To give a textures to the object, first you need to say how big the texture should be, and for that you need to unwrap the object. Before we do any unwrapping, we need to make sure that as this 3D model was created, the software Reality Capture didn't make any mistakes, and for that I simply check topology It's under mesh model, check topology. And if it's gonna say everything is fine, then yep, model is okay. We will also check integrity. And that one is also okay. Which means that we can now successfully take the unwrap tool, which is also under mesh model, unwrap, and it opens up the menu here, right? So zoom in. If you're watching this on a small screen, sorry, there's no way to my knowledge, there's no way to make this menu bigger. But for us architects who are not video game developers and so on, the settings are going to be quite simple. Style, find the style, should be maximal texture count. That's basically how many chunks of textures do you want. Then, above it, maximal texture resolution should be, for something like this, either 8K or 4K. I'll just use 8K, that's fine. Maximal, and then for actual maximal texture count, this is how many chunks. We use 1. You shouldn't have more than 1 8K texture for an object such as this. Unwrap. And that's it. It seems like nothing has changed, but actually you will see here next to the model there's going to be this TX icon now. That means that it has a texture assigned to it, and the texture is currently empty. It's not even empty. If I show you, it's this kind of a grid, right? And you can clearly see where data is missing, right? So I didn't catch that particular corner here. That's fine. Okay, so now let's actually make this into a proper texture. So you don't need the unwrap tool anymore, so click on the unwrap option so that the tool disappears from here, and instead click on texture. Bam. As easy as that. It's now going to texture your model. It's going to create the 8K texture for you. Isn't that nice? So while it's doing that, I'm just thinking if I should talk about it right now or do I keep it for later. Well, I can touch upon it. Right now, this model is completely out of scale, and that is for that's because there's no real world information of how far away the points should be from each other. And the way of how you mitigate that is by using some sort of a known dimension of the object to later scale it either in CAD software or wherever, right? But okay, we'll talk about that once we get to architecture. This is just a rock. The scale of it is not that important. Here it is. You will see here that it's a little bit yucky, but as long as you don't look at it too closely, it's pretty good to me. There's our 8K texture 3D model. Alright, so now we don't want it to be 11 million triangles, right? That's too much. So let's collapse to model 1, just look at it, right? 11 million triangles for a model such as this is crazy. Even if you want a high detail one, 1 million triangles should be sufficient. So I'm going to select model 1, and I will go to, sorry, 1 second. It's not clean model, where is it? Okay, it's not under mesh model, it's going to be under scene 3D tools. I'll choose simplify tool, right there. Simplify tool. Then it opens up a new menu here for me, right? The simplify tool menu, and type absolute type triangle count 1 million. 1000000. Okay. Then density equalization enabled, color reprojection disabled, normal reprojection enabled. Actually, color reprojection we can also have it enabled so that the texture also gets reprojected. And part merging also enabled. Okay, so let's simplify. And what it's going to do, this is quite interesting. The mesh that it has, right now is very high detail, right? 11 million polygons. And as it's making the mesh simple, it will push in the high detail mesh into the low detail mesh and create this normal map, which you will be able to use in rendering software to mimic the high detail, right? So let me create a new Rhino, open a new Rhino file, and we'll import it and look at it there. Don't need Photoshop anymore, close that. Okay. Where's my reality capture? Still simplifying, that's cool. If it takes like 10 more seconds, I'm just gonna pause. Because this is awkward. Okay, fine. Fine. Okay, so it's done. Now we 100k. Okay, that's a million triangles. We have ourselves a model 2 that is 1 million polygons. And if I expand it, it has 3 parts right here, and those 3 parts are, it's separated into 3 parts. It didn't manage to merge this into one single mesh. That's fine. And for model textures, it has 2 layers: the color layer and the normal layer. If I click on the normal layer, you will see that's the texture that was that is baked into the low resolution model. Okay, let's export this and import this into Rhino. So, and I kind of want to see the color layer instead of the normal. So, I will go to Tools, turn off Simplify tool, don't need that. So Scene 3D Tools, and for export, you choose Mesh and Point Cloud. Just make sure that Model 2 is the one that you clicked on, not Model 1, because that is the big one. Mesh and Point Cloud, export Mesh and Point Cloud, and then we navigate to our rock folder, and I will just create a new folder, call it Exports, and I'll just export an OBJ file, that's fine, and call it rock 1kk, yeah, rock 1 million, right? Save. Gives me this menu to choose from, and basically for this menu, let's see, export vertex normals, yes. Export vertex colors, yes. Save mesh by parts, no. And for texturing, export textures, yes. Yeah, and we're good with the textures, that's fine. That's my bad. And then export transformation settings. Yeah, everything seems to be okay. So I just hit OK. It's gonna export. Honestly, I prefer FBX format, but unfortunately Rhino's FBX exports are much worse than OBJ exports, so we're kind of stuck with OBJ format. But if you have the possibility, just use FBX exporting. That's much nicer. Okay, back in here, we have our rock exports. We have our OBJ file here, 157 megabytes. That's a lot, and we have two textures. If I open them, that's 8K, and zooming in, you can see, the texture that is used. Same thing for the normal map, right? Cancel. I don't want to close it yet. In Rhino, I simply take the rock obj file, drag and drop it in, import file, okay. Do I import? No, sorry, in this case I will be opening it. Yeah, we open file, okay. And then here, for now, I'm just going to have this set to as default because apologies, I do not remember the settings, specifically map objy to rhino-z. I don't remember if that is needed or not. So right now, default settings, hit OK. Okay, that seems to be pretty good. Look at it in rendered mode. There it is. There's a rock. It automatically, for obj files, it automatically creates, where is it? Properties, materials. It automatically creates a material, right? Which also has a normal map, which is nice. Okay, let me show you one last thing, one last nice thing about this. Oh, by the way, shaded view also shows up like so, because first of all I have wireframe or wire mode, the mesh wires turned off. Second of all, these are vertex colors, so it's not just the texture that is baked in, it's also the vertex colors, so you don't even need to use the texture for further away stuff. Okay, let me show you how I clean these things up. I will do quad remesh for this, or actually kind of want to trim away a little bit, so let me, yeah, let's do this. I'll just delete the bottom part off of this, then I will look at it in the top, and I'll just draw a circle around it, something like that, move it in place, like this, and then I'll see if I can do mesh trim, object to trim this mesh, enter. Maybe not, escape, okay. Alright, okay, god damn it, god damn it, of course it works like that. Mesh split, I want to split this mesh, enter, with the curve that I don't see. I'll just select like that, enter. It is splitting, it's right now at 74%, seems like it did, great, okay, it managed. Whew, that was scary. Okay, so that cleanup happened, and seems to be fine, and now I can do quad remesh for this whole thing. I'll do target count 2000 for now, just to see how it looks. Oh, it's really struggling. Oh, never mind, it's fine now. So that's with 2000. I think 2000 is a little bit too little. We want more, so let's do 5000. Come on. I know you can do it. I've seen you do it. Okay, 5000 seems to be decent. And I just hit OK. So that's cleaned up now. Or it's all quad and it's all low resolution. And I will export it to my rock exports as an obj file as rock quad. Save. Okay. I'm just using default values. If we need to, we will adjust, right? So that's done. Then I do import, which is going to be under mesh model tools. Yes, import model right here. Rock quad.obj, open. And here, so all of the transforms are here that I will need to adjust, but for now I'm just using, again, default values. Non-manifold edges, I don't care. Yes, import. And it seems like, okay, we do have our first problem. The problem is that it imports rotated. That's kind of expected, honestly. So we do also, if we just simply rotate it back, well, it's still okay like that. And that's that. I think we just rotate it back and that's going to be fine. So I'm deleting model 3, import model, rock quad, and I believe that's going to be rotate around the x-axis minus 90 degrees. Okay, don't show again. Yes, this should be fine. Yeah, this seems to be in the correct place. Not sure about the blue stuff. So now let's for model 3, let's see if we can let's see, check topology. Model is still okay. So that's weird. Integrity, model is okay. Don't know why it was complaining about the non-manifold edges. Doesn't matter. We now have our model 3 in here, imported from Rhino. All we needed to do was, when we were importing, minus 90 degrees in x-axis. And then instead of using texture right here, I will use a tool called texture reprojection, which is located under Scene3D tools, texture reprojection, right here. And basically I take a texture from model 1 and I project it to model 3, this model right here. And I want normal reprojection to happen. Technically, you could also do displacement reprojection, but that's a little bit over the top, in my opinion. So normal reprojection. Reproject. Oh yeah, create UV coordinates for the result model. Yes. Give it some time. Basically, what we are doing right now is we are cleaning up, simplifying the topology. If it works on a rock, it means it was going to work on a building. I will not be showing this on the building. I will only be showing this on a rock, but then the knowledge will transfer, right? You can model stuff in Rhino, and as long as you're modeling on the exactly correct size, you're capable of reprojecting the textures onto that model, right? Like so. It really wants it to be closed though. Really does, doesn't it? Okay, with that done, export mesh and point cloud. We get our rock quad textured. Save. Okay, there we go. Now in Rhino we can kill this one, show, we can kill this one, and we can just import the new one. I believe it's now done. Yes, it is. Rock quad textured, import. What file type not supported? What are you talking about? Oh yeah, that's me, my bad. The OBJ file. Import. Okay. There it is. For some reason it's not giving me... It's strange. For some reason it's not giving me proper textures, but that's fine. We can always easily create a new material and apply the textures for it. Strange that it didn't transfer. So let's look at the materials here. We have our rock material already, but I don't think this will work if I just drag and drop it over, because it belongs to the 1 million polygon rock. Yeah, it doesn't work. Also, what the hell are... I really wanted to close the mesh. So now I need to reopen it. That's fine. There. Okay, anyway, so this material doesn't work. which means we need to create a new material. I'm just going to click this little plus sign here. Da-da-dum. Where is it? Custom. Oh, there it is. Custom material. And then for the color texture, we just open up our color texture. Can I just bitmap? There we go. Okay, desktop or rock TIFF, not TIFF, sorry, exports, and that's gonna be raw quad texture right there. Give it some time. Hello? Why is it not? Oh, because I'm stupid, because this is Arctic view, not rendered view. Ah, there it is. There it is. Okay, and then we have our normal map, which I also bitmap texture, and that's gonna be rock quad textured normal map. Just gives it a little bit of that extra oomph, right? Increase, decrease reflectivity. We can give it just a tiny bit of flexion, glossiness, just a tiny bit of that. There we go. So now you can have this piece of geometry, this rock, anywhere in your scene, and you can just use it for rendering and so on, and it's gonna look fine. It's gonna look absolutely fine, I promise. Okay? So last thing for this is, if I create a bounding box and I measure the distance of the bounding box between these 2 points, that is only 11.6 millimeters, right? This rock is at least 80 centimeters wide, so this is at least 1 meter. I'll just scale it to be 1 meter and we'll call it a day. So scale from here to here, 1000 millimeters. And then I just need a center point, area centroid, and I just want to move this thing from this point to coordinate 0. File, save as. For the exports, Rhino 8 3D models, rock, clean, save. We're done. Task 1 is finished. We have successfully made a rock that is low polygon count, that has a proper edge flow, and that can be placed in any render scene, and it would look absolutely fine. With this done, we can move on to a more complex situation where I'm going to be scanning. Do we do landscape or building? Let's do landscape, where I'm going to be scanning a landscape. Next chapter. All right, task 2, or exercise 2, I should say. For this exercise, we're going to deal with landscapes. And in this case, I'm going to be using a drone for scanning. It's exactly the same procedure as if you were holding a camera, only that you're holding it very high up. Immediately, I would like to note that yes, you can absolutely scan a landscape with just taking photos of it from the eye level, or I would honestly tilt the hold the camera slightly higher up, and tilt it down so that it's looking at the landscape at like 45-degree angle or something like that, and then you just take a step, take a picture, take a step, holding the camera up, take a picture, and so on, right? And as you would once you reach the end of your site boundary, you turn around 180 and you take a step sideways and take a picture again, and then you zigzag through the landscape, taking pictures at every step, making sure that the overlap between pictures is 70%. Hopefully that makes sense. And the 70% overlap is super important because that's the way of how software understands that these two images should be paired up, and from it triangulates where the cameras were when they took the pictures. The more pixels overlap between the images, the easier it is for camera to understand. So, for example, look at this image right here and this image right here. At least 70% of the images are overlapping, and the cameras will be more easy to reconstruct. So when you were dealing with a drone, imagine that it's just you holding the camera really high up and looking downwards. That's about it. The procedure is exactly the same. I have all of these images here. Actually, I have almost 700 images of the site, which I kind of want to talk to you about. In Malmo is flat. It's very boring. This is where I live. This is where I teach and so on. It's a very, landscape-wise, it's a very boring place. But there is one area in Malmo which is quite exciting. And it's this kalkbrott. It's like a quarry where they were digging out stones, specifically sandstone. Is it sandstone? I believe it's sandstone, right? And basically in the middle of the city, there's this huge hole, which is really big. It's 1.3 kilometers wide, which has very dramatic scenery. And I decided to scan it because it's exciting. It's fun. I didn't imagine how long it's going to take, though. So again, second story. It took me 3 days. Day 1, all 3 different batteries of my drone ran out, and I only managed to scan 1/3 of the quarry. Day 2, all 3 of my batteries ran out, and I managed to scan the rest of the quarry, but it was, first of all, it was raining, and it was a little bit not a little bit, it was quite cloudy and a little bit raining, and I was in a rush because it was yucky for me, right, to stay there. So I missed a spot. I missed a little spot when scanning. So then day 3, I came over and I scanned that final spot in a very windy environment. The third day was very windy, so the drone kept throwing out errors, saying that you should return. And if you look at the final images here, this is not tilting down. This is tilting slightly at an angle. Not slightly, it's like 30 degrees at an angle, like so. Right? And the reason for that is since it was so windy, the stabilizing axes of the drone, they couldn't handle just looking down. It would always shift out of looking down because it couldn't stabilize. So you had to have a little bit of a leeway for it. So you couldn't, basically the axis would need to look in a more relaxed angle, so to say, so that it could still stabilize. So final day images are all of these kind of rotated images here. Exciting. So 700 images in total. The way of how you manipulate them is exactly the same as what we've done with the rock. Let's just find one that is, actually this one is pretty decent. So Control A to select all images, right? In this case, I'm just going to change one because I already have adjusted them and saved them in the folders. It takes a while with 700 images. And then we change the highlights. We push them down. See the change that it makes? I can show you better. Zoom in there. There's the landscape. These areas are slightly overbright. Highlights brings back all of that detail back to us in the overbright areas. Here as well, this is without the change. Or sorry, I ramped it up too much. This is without the change. This is with the change. All of that detail is back for us, right? So that's highlights. Then for the dark areas, let's try and find the dark area here. I guess somewhere here. Shadows, right? Shadow areas. I bring that back up, right? It was like this. I bring back all of that detail from the shadows. And then if I were to find that this is still, like these images are still over bright, I would reduce the white and I increase the black a little bit further. Make sure that the temperature for all of them is set to be exactly the same number. Tint as well. The number doesn't really matter that much. Of course, you need it not to be, it to be balanced, but it doesn't matter, but it needs to be the same number. And once you're done, you just make sure that all of them are selected at all times. So Control A, and save, convert and save. Top right corner. Still TIFF format. Technically you could do JPEGs, sure, but the problem is that JPEGs compress. And if you're low on storage, you might need to do JPEGs because these bad boys are really heavy. And you just save them in a specific folder wherever you want, right? Once it's done, I'll just cancel out of that. Here, this is from day 1. I have all of my TIFF files already saved. And if I look at their, let's see, day 1, all TIFF files are 46 gigabytes. Day 2, TIFF files are 35 gigabytes. Day 3, 12 gigabytes. There is an argument to be made, so all of them are what, 80? 93 gigabytes. There is an argument to be made for JPEG images, but the thing about TIFF files is that they are not, what's the word? Since they are not compressed, they get treated much faster by the software, right? And also they don't have mistakes in them. I'll just take the first day and I'll show you how much I scanned in the first day. So there was 338 images. I just drag and drop it in. And for alignment, I'll just align them, right? Aligning the images. It seems like it's going pretty fast, so I might just keep blabbing. The thing is, I don't remember if I told you this, but it's an important thing to mention. Light needs to be also consistent. If you have shadows and you have cloudy days and so on, it's not ideal because it changes the pixel brightness, right? And suddenly images get thrown away simply because they can't be matched up with pixel brightness. So if you start scanning in a cloudy day, you need to make sure that it is in a cloudy day. If you start scanning in a sunny day, you need to go fast because once the shadows change, you get what I'm getting at? Once the shadows change, suddenly things will stop matching up. So ideal environment for scanning is a cloudy day, overcast, morning or evening. I would suggest early morning, less people around. So this was day 1, and you can see I scanned, one corner of the quarry right there. Then I went around with my bike here. I scanned this whole area here, and I went up scanning this field, but then all 3 batteries died and I had to leave. And you can see that I'm holding the drone at a specific angle. First, I was holding it at, hello? Oh, there we go. First, I was holding it at 100 meters angle right there. But then I went like, oh wait, I can do 120. That's the maximum that this particular drone can fly. The price of the drone is, I believe, $400, something like that, or $300. It's DJI Mini 2 or Mini 2 Pro, something like that. It really doesn't matter what kind of drone you use as long as it has a decent enough camera. All modern drones are capable of this. It's not a fancy one. Anyway, so that was day 1, right? Not great, not terrible. Then let me delete this component. And in the inputs, I'll just slap in day 2. So now it's 338. I add in day 2, it's 597. Align images. Give it some time. And after day 2, I was kind of excited. Oh, finally, this is done. I can start recording the video. And then I got very, very sad once I got the result out. But as I mentioned before, day 1 was sunny, day 2 was cloudy. Thus, there's going to be slight misalignments. Not misalignments, but not enough points are going to be gathered from day 2. And I believe even a few images will be thrown away, which is fine because we have 600 of them to spare. The main thing is to take away from here is consistency. Consistency of the settings of the camera, as well as consistency of the environment in which you take pictures of, especially if you do artificial lighting. If you're doing artificial lighting, make sure that you don't move the light source, right? If you add in this temporary lamp when you're scanning an interior, don't move it throughout the scanning process for the exterior and interior as well, right? Keep them. Can you scan with a flash? In the night time, can you use a camera flash to scan? Yes, you can. It is possible to use a camera flash, but you need a pretty expensive, like heavy-duty flash. It needs to be quite powerful, and then nailing down the camera settings becomes a little bit trickier because it's flash produces very sharp shadows and so on. Like there's a lot of things about the flash that make this whole process more difficult. But a benefit of it is that you can also do cross-polarization filtering with Flash. I will not go into this too much into detail. It's much more for professional 3D asset scanners for video games and so on, who want to cut all reflections from their scans. It's not about this. We're doing beginner scanning course for architects. So forget about cross-polarization, about Flash. For now, focus on using a camera, making sure that the environment variables are set, and making sure that the camera variables are set and they don't change. I will keep repeating this. So this was me after day 2. I was like, oh great, I finished here and I scanned this whole area here, and this seems to be great, working just fine. And it seems like 596 out of 597 cameras are used. So it seems like one camera was not used, but I'm like, okay, great. I forgot about this whole area. God damn it. So then I had to go back. But you can see actually, even since I didn't fly my drone over this area, some of the drones, one second, looking, there it is. Sometimes I would hold the drone up in one place, and I would take tilting pictures outwards, like that, right? So just pam, 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 every 5 degrees or so, here as well. And from those pictures, there are certain points that were tied in together here. So I could technically build a mesh from this, and this would work. It would have lower resolution, but it would still work. But I didn't. So instead, I went on, let me kill this one right here. I went on and I took more pictures in a windy day, and now we're at 700 align images. And for this one, I will be pausing this video so that we don't waste time. I don't have anything else to say at this point. All right, there we go. So now this is calculated, and let's just take a look. The where is it? Camera scale, increase that. Scene 3D view camera scale. Since it was very windy, I didn't fly out too much into the quarry. I was just hugging the perimeter a little bit. So added that in these camera views, and most importantly, I was aiming at the edge of the quarry here, because that's the most important bit. What's happening in the field, sure, I mean, it's a nice to have, but not a must have, but the edge is definitely the thing that we need. So now this is kind of done. The thing is that now if I look at it in the, let's switch from perspective view to left view, the quarry is tilting. It shouldn't be tilting. And this is one of the first issues that we have, is the fact that even though all of the drones were flying at 120 meters altitude above sea level, you can see that the software didn't really catch proper horizontal plane, right? So the plane is out of whack. Our 3D model is out of whack, and we need to correct for it. Ideally, we would have some sort of a surface that we would know for a fact is horizontal. In buildings, it's quite easy. It's the floor. But in this case, we don't really know. What I know is that this point right here and this point right here most likely should be in a similar altitude. So I will be working on that first of all. I take the bounding box and I just slightly rotate it like so. Push down, something like that. The curvature of the surface of the landscape is going to be absolutely correct. I think this one goes down a bit like that. The curvature of the surface is going to be absolutely correct, but it's going to be the alignment of it that is going to be off. Again, ideally we would have a flat piece of geometry that we could orient ourselves to, and we will. We will have. There is one building that I know, it must be flat. The roof of it must be flat, and we will use that for final adjustments. For now, I'm just doing primary adjustments here. So something like this. Then if I go back to my perspective view, like so, I can see that, you know, now I have a tilting box, like awkwardly tilting box that is not ideal. It should be horizontal, right? So we want to use this box to apply a transformation for the whole scene. And the way you do it is if you go, where was it? I think it's Scene 3D Tools. Yes, Scene 3D Tools. You click on this little arrow next to Set Ground Plane, and you choose Set Ground by Reconstruction Region. And that's it. Now it's horizontal again, and basically our quarry has been tilted accordingly, right? So that the reconstruction region box is proper. Okay, so that's one. I also need to do this one more time, but this time not from the left view, but from the front view, like that. Just making sure, something like this. Yep, that seems fine. That seems fine to me. Give it a little bit more breathing room. We go into perspective view again. We go to tools, set ground plane, little triangle there, set ground by reconstruction region. And now this is horizontal. You saw the small adjustments that it made. Okay, that was step one. Step two is to go into, again, view, top view, and align this box a little bit better with the length of the quarry. Something like that. And mess around with the boundaries so that we only calculate what we need to calculate. So in this instance here, I do have a pathway going through here, but I don't really need it, so I'm going to cut into it a bit. That's fine. Then here, clearly we move in, and this is, I know that this is the ridge, right? So this is where we are kind of cutting into it. Something like that. Here, again, the pathway goes through here. Perfect. And finally, this area here, we push in until very close to the ridge. Because there's no information there, we don't really need to calculate for it. Okay, once the bounding is done, we do the thing again where we go to tools, set ground plane, set ground by reconstruction region, gets oriented properly, we're happy, right? We're happy. So let's now go to view, switch back to perspective, and let's build our mesh. Just make sure that there's enough of a gap between the bottom of the quarry and the bottom of the reconstruction region, and also that there is enough of a gap between the top of the quarry, or less of a gap between the top of the quarry and the top of the reconstruction region. That actually I need to readjust. Sorry about that. Forgot. Left. Drop down the reconstruction region so that it doesn't take into consideration like weird anomalies, right? You only care about the landscape here. That area is a little bit, let's see. What's there? Which area is that? Oh, it's this. It's here and it's greenery. That's fine. We can cut into the greenery. That's no problem. It's like trees and such. Okay. Once that is done, it's time for us to build a mesh model. Mesh model. Oh, you can, by the way, you can click on the preview. And if you do the preview, it will give you a very rough estimate of the mesh model, of how it's going to look like. And it takes much faster. It does it much faster. So let's take a look at that. There we go. So that's the model that we're getting, right? Seems like the construction is happening like absolutely fine. This is the building that I was talking about. And this building is going to have a flat roof that we will later use to make sure that our landscape is flat. But this seems good for a sketch. Seems absolutely fine. There are some yucky areas there. That's okay. So I'm just going to go in here, model one, I'm going to kill it. By the way, sketch model, 2.2 million triangles. Just a quick draft model. Let's build a normal detail one. That's going to be fun. So I'm running it, and this is going to take a while, so I'll stop the video for now. There we go. There it is. So now what you will observe is that it's actually not a mesh. It's a point cloud. The reason for this being displayed as a point cloud rather than a mesh is because it's huge. It's really, really big. So if I look at it here, it says 374.8 million polygons or triangles, right? So, and it's made out of 173 different patches, different parts. So it's humongous, meaning that if I try to display this mesh, my computer would just crash. Yours would as well, I assume, unless you're rocking something really gnarly. So the way of how we can actually look at the quality that we're getting is by creating a small little box through which we look only at a part of the mesh to see actually if it's meshing properly. So I'll go to my, I believe it's under View. Yes, under View, there's this clipping box tool, which I can just create a clipping box, and I can draw around. Just click, draw a rectangle, and extend it upwards. I can just draw a shape which is getting clipped. And for some reason, this is looking a little bit gnarly. Let's see. Oh, that's because I'm being stupid. I'm clipping the bottom. No, the landscape here. That was my bad. Right? So this, don't confuse this with the reconstruction region, with the big box there. No. This small blue box is the one that is only used for clipping. And you can see that in most of this, the quality of the mesh is pretty good. There is a little bit of loss of detail there, which is fine, as long as the cliffs are okay. And the cliffs, sorry, the cliffs do seem to be okay. There are these kind of offsets here. Notice the offsets? The offsets are a mistake, a misalignment between different light conditions, between different cameras. Or not cameras, different days, right? One day was sunny, one day was windy, one day was cloudy, right? So because I took some pictures in a sunny day and some pictures in a cloudy day, there's going to be these kind of misalignments of reconstruction, which sucks. But you know, when you look at it at the full scale, clear clipping box, it's not going to be a big deal. We're dealing with a 1.3 kilometer wide surface area, right? So now the task is for us to create an actual an actual texture for this, right? And clearly the texture will need to be really heavy. So the first step is model 1. I'm basically repeating the steps from part 1, right, of our or exercise 1 of this course. So now I'm going to unwrap. So it's under Scene 3D, or sorry, it's under Mesh Model, Unwrap tool. But here, instead of maximal texture count 1 8K texture is not going to be even close to being enough. I'll do 12. We'll try with 12. I think it's closer to something like 16. Let's actually do 16. It's going to be heavy, really heavy. We unwrap. Also, it's going to take a little bit of time, but that's fine. All right, it's done, but we do need to check if 16 textures are actually good enough. So I can't just click on the model textures here. It's not going to like it if I try to display the textures for this whole piece. So I will be going for my View, clipping box, create clipping box. I'm just going to create a new one. Let's just make sure that we're this time looking properly from the top. Bam, like that. Okay, that's actually fine. Okay, and now I'll click on model textures, unwrap layer, and this will give me the nice little grid that will show me basically the texture quality that we're dealing with. Honestly, I mean, not ideal, but I can't push more than 16 or it only made 9 8K textures. I wonder why. Why not more? Because our maximum texture count is set to be 16. Perhaps it didn't have enough data to actually do 16 textures. That's fine. 9 is actually quite reasonable. Let's keep 9. Also, just looking at it here, seems to be okay with me. So, go back to model 1. Like that. View, clipping, clear clipping box. And we're back to where we were. Now, let's go, and also it even tells you that it's displaying vertices because the box would be way too big. Sorry, the mesh would be way too big to display. Let's now add the textures. Mesh model, texture, and just wait for it. Okay, here we go. So this is done now. Actually, it took only 15 minutes, which is quite quick, and we are left with a pretty decent, in my opinion, scan. Let's do a quick little cheeky clipping box, and just grab the factory because that we can relate in scale. Nope, messed it up. Expand that a little bit. Just grab a little bit of a corner of it, and we will see that the quality of the texture, once we zoom in, is not that great. Clearly, we're only dealing with 9 8K textures, which is crazy to say, but it's going to be sufficient for what we're doing, right? For querying the site to see what kind of site surfaces does it have, what kind of materiality does it have. So this is completely sufficient in my opinion. That's great. I cleared the clipping box, and now we can actually simplify this. So I'll go to mesh model here.
মাথা ব্যথা চলতে দিলে তো চলতেই থাকবে এই জন্য
শুধু একটি সাইডন মাথা ব্যথা দেয় আরাম
Turn off unwrap, don't need that anymore. I will check the topology real quick to just make sure that this is clean and this is not all broken down. Come on. I mean, yeah, okay, I get it. It's 375 million polygons. Clearly, checking off the for defects is gonna take a little bit of time. Not too bad. Doesn't seem like it's too bad though. I will pause the video though. Okay, that took a while, but now I at least know that the model is indeed okay, and we can continue on with the next step, which is going to be simplification of the model, clearly. So we go into our wait, what the, oh yeah, sorry, under Scene 3D tools, simplify tool right here. And for the target triangle count, we need to figure out, what's the most amount of triangles, reasonable amount of triangles that we can get in our Rhino file, in our Twinmotion file, D5 file, whatever, for rendering purposes, for surveying purposes, and so on. And I think in this case, it's going to be, actually, 10 million would be a little bit too much, wouldn't it? Let's do 10 million, whatever. So if I count the numbers, 10, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, absolute simplification, 10 million polygons, color reprojection enabled, density equalization enabled, normal reprojection enabled. Everything is enabled. Simplify. Here it is. Here's our 10 million polygon mesh. And as I zoom in, let's find those misalignment areas. I believe they were somewhere here. They're almost non-existing, almost non-visible. If you really squint, you can see the edge there. It's definitely not a big problem. So when it comes down to actually making a backdrop for instance, renders or something like that, I think this will do just fine. And also, as I said before, evaluating of the overall site, you know, of its conditions, boundaries, and whatnot. That's also going to be quite sufficient for it. All right. So that is done. Now it's time to export this. Exporting procedure is exactly the same. Let me run Rhino. And you export it by simply going to Tools, or sorry, Mesh Model. Export Dense Mesh Model. Wrong timing. Dense Mesh Model. Locating your folder, and I'll just create a new folder called exports, obj file, and this is going to be quarry 10kk, 10 million. Save. We don't really need to change anything here. Everything that we have here is fine. Hit OK, and it's simply going to export. As I'm looking at what is being currently exported, the longest time that it takes is to actually write the textures. You can see that it's writing the diffuse maps as well as it will be writing the normal maps for us. I believe, I can't check right now, but if I remember correctly, we have 9 maps in total, 9 diffuse maps in total, so it's going to be 9 images, all 8K sized. Every image is 80 megabytes. Yeah, these kind of models are quite heavy. Well, considering that this is such a large space, it makes sense that they are heavy. Open it up. That's how the texture looks like here. It's all divided up, like so, into chunks. Okay, I'll let it export. The export has been finished, and now let's take a look. There's the folder, right? In total, the export itself is 3.15 gigabytes. A little bit rough, ain't gonna lie. And unfortunately, further compression of this would just simply result in the quality of the texture just further diminishing, which kind of sucks. So that's basically the smallest one, the smallest that it can be. Let's just import this, or open a file, I guess, here. And while it's doing its thing, I will also be opening survey data from the Malmo municipality to scale this quarry correctly. So that's also gonna happen. How do we handle this? Basically, on the right hand side is data from the Malmo municipality, and reconstructed the data from 2D CAD imagery. And on the left hand side is our scan. As I zoom in, you can see that our scan, you know, the quality wise compared to what we have here is way higher, which is great news. Actually, can I switch to Arctic view here and Arctic view here? Okay, this doesn't help at all. Like, this is colored, but you still get the idea, right? This is much more detailed than this, right? But and also this has the texturing done. But the size of this is incorrect compared to the size of this. So how do we treat this? First of all, we switch from millimeters to meters. So we do units, because on the right hand side here we have meters, right? So we switch to meters. Okay, right? Then we want to scale it approximately to be the correct size. So if I measure the distance here between this point and this point, it doesn't need to be accurate. I'm getting 1,500 meters, right? 1.5 kilometers, almost 1 mile. If I select all of this, I can just scale and can say that between this point and this point, I want to be 1,500 meters. Actually, it's not bad. It's actually pretty damn close. Okay, I'm impressed. At this point, I'm impressed. Okay, with that done, now I will get my 2D drawing in, not the 3D one. Copy, top view, paste, Control V. I'll just position it somewhere above. So now if I switch to, let's say, Arctic view, oh, Arctic view is a bad idea. If I switch to shaded view, I can see them kind of aligning. And what I need is I need 2 points for me to reference, right, between here and here, so that this landscape can sit on top of this, I'll get there, on top of this drawing properly aligned. And it's not going to be easy because most of the stuff that we have here does not necessarily correlate with stuff here, and everything is kind of, what's the correct word for it? Not misaligned, but it's organic, right? It's soft qualities. So getting a point to orient is not going to be easy. Alternative to that is to take this drawing, group it up, right, and have it moved up above the landscape, like so.
फ्रिज में मीठा तो घर मीठा.
Then go back in here, select all of our mesh elements, make sure that you're in the top view, all of our mesh elements, group those up, and do our best to align them, right, with the drawing. So I just move it in like so. It's not going to be quick. And I start finding like ridges and so on that would align. The central piece is easiest, so I'm going to start with that. I think this is going to call for time lapse. So yeah, let's do a time lapse. It's just going to be me moving and rotating things and scaling things until they align. This is definitely close enough so that I can feel happy about this. Of course, again, ideal would be to just have a marker here, something. In this case, there's a bench here, right? And have a marker somewhere here and scale accordingly. Right now, since everything is quite organic and the original municipality drawings don't have the building in here, the quarry building in here, scaling it to exactly the correct size, it is quite tricky. If you had markers, then it would work out. So I guess I should note, always when you do photogrammetry, make sure that you have some way of how to relate the scale of the object that you're scanning in 3D view, in the digital model. Right? Usually by placing markers and measuring between them. In this case, I don't have them, so this is the best that we can do. Let me show, invert. Sorry, that was my bad. Select, invert, delete, so that it's only the mesh here. Right? I know that the mesh is now in the correct size, and I can position it to be closer to world X, Y, Z. So I'm just going to move it over here. And also I will make sure that the altitude of it is, the bottom altitude is set to 0, 0, 0, just to be clean. 0 height. Okay, with that done, let's actually check out how it's going to look like in a rendered view, because this is not how it's going to look like. This is vertex colored mode, right? This is like every point that has a color associated with it. Actually, we will see the rendered, the actual performance of it, or performance of the material, once we switch to the rendered view and once all of these textures are parsed and loaded in. And that is going to take a little bit of time. There we go. So the way of how it looks like with the texture is this. Much nicer. You can see the field of reed in here. You can see the water bodies here and here. Even the reflections of the water bodies are here. Oh, yikes. Those are holes. Okay, so as you can see, anything that's reflective is not doing so good. But this, again, is a mesh that is sufficient, in my opinion, to produce a pretty decent result in the both in rendering as well as in site surveying. So with that said, I file, save as. Let's go to Quarry, exports. This is gonna be Rhino Quarry 10 million. Actually, new folder. Rhino. Inside of it, Rhino Quarry 10 million. Hit save. And that's that. I will be saving as Rhino 7 as well, just in case that everyone of you who have access to the files can actually use, to make sure that you can use them. So after this is finished, let's take a look into our exports folder. 2 gigabytes. 2 gigabytes. This is a little bit better compressed compared to the... Or actually, does it actually... I guess this also needs to be a part of it, right? Because it's a part of the material. Yikes. So it's going to be closer to 3 gigabytes, or maybe even 4. We'll see. But basically we have that. If I would like to reduce this, I could by just simply selecting them all here and then going for further reduction, which is going to be, where is it? Tools, simplify,